Hello, hello. Welcome in, guys. Thank you for tuning in here to DogHouse. This is the first hand of the evening. Playing a little Texas Hold'em tonight. Tonight's game is a 1-2 bring-in for 5 no-limit Hold'em game. If you're unfamiliar with how a bring-in works, the blinds are 1 and 2. In order to call, a player would have to put in $5. So you cannot just call the $2 that you're facing in the blind. If you call, it is a call of $5. Other than that, all things work the same. Players are eligible to straddle here. You can do a $10 button straddle or a $10 under the gun straddle. Looks like we had a little bit of a setting issue when we started the stream, so I don't think we're going to have audio for about the first 30 minutes of the stream. After about 30 minutes, we should be able to hear the table audio. Sorry about that. I'll try to keep you all entertained, and I will try my best to let you know if that's I can hear them. Clubs. Love to see it. Calling here is Ace King. Probably going to be putting in some more chips. We got raised to $30 now with the Ace King. Luis was our original straddler here on the button with the Queen 7 of clubs. Representing the DogHouse Poker Club hat. Love to see it. He's going to make the call with his Queen 7 of clubs. Paul's going to come along as well. He does not want to see any clubs come out. All right, we're going to have 4 players to this flop. That flop is going to come out 10-5-5. Frank is going to flop the best hand with his 10-9 offsuit. Nothing for Luis to stick around for. Paul makes the $50 call with the 8-6 of clubs. Maybe thinking about a bluff down the road here, maybe. Or maybe he's planning to turn the best hand. That's what he did. Now he's facing a $125 bet from Colin, who has just ace high here. Paul is going to make that call. We're looking for a clean river. Oh, he does not get a clean river. Okay, goes check, check. And going to go to Showdown. Colin's going to have the best hand on the river there. Nice hand there for Colin. Dakota, something's up with the audio. Are you hearing table audio, or are you just talking about me speaking? No worries, Dakota. I appreciate you hopping in and letting us know. Sometimes we can't tell what the audio sounds like to our audience. Appreciate you letting us know. All right, It looks like we're going to have 4 players to this flop at $20 apiece. That's going to come king high in all spades. Not a single player with a spade in their hand here. Colin is actually going to flop the best of it with a pair of sevens. And Luis, with the ace 3 of hearts, is going to lead out here for $30. And everybody else is going to let their hand go, and Luis is going to take it down with the worst of it. Pretty decent flop for Jack-10 of hearts here. Definitely going to be the best hand. Luis is going to lead out with the king-4 of clubs. Luis going to slow down now on that 3 of spades. And a jack on the river is going to give Autumn 2 pair and still the best hand. Still checking. It's not the greatest river card for her hand. Any 7 or queen does make a straight here. Luis is thinking about maybe taking a stab at it here. But he does not. He gives up. Autumn is going to win this pot. $237 in there. Nice little pot. There's a look at our chip counts there. Ace-Jack here for Blaine. Ace-Jack of diamonds. That is a pretty looking hand. He's going to bump it up to $18 here. Started the hand under the gun.
Checks. 9 checks. That's 75.
Paul is going to lead out here for $75. He does have the best hand. But he's going to take it down.
Hit on the button, Colin. Put out on the button.
Bingo.
Exactly.
Heads up. To the parents. Good call.
Why we play poker.
Take one false 15. Good. Heads up to
All right, Paul's going to open it up here with the 10-8 offsuit. And here we go. Heads up to the flop of 9-6-3 with two clubs. Gut shot for Paul. Looking for that 7. That is going to be top pair for Luis.
That's 15. False 15 to a river. No, they're always in your hand.
a bad card. I feel like you're trying to give everybody money, right? Yeah, such a bad card.
Wow.
It's
Paul gets the
unbelievable.
gut shot on the river.
Crazy. Let's do it.
After a little bit of table talk, Luis decides to make the call. Pays off Paul with the straights. Well, it's easy when you hit your card on the river, ain't it?
God, what a
Nice
bad
little
card.
pot there for Paul.
Oh, my
Unfortunate run out for Luis. His top pair is good there a lot of times,
10 on the gun.
but not when you're playing against Paul.
Straddle. $10 auto.
It's a 50
Oh, TikTok.
Taking out a big pot.
Fold.
I think you're wearing the same exact outfit.
No, no chance.
Oh yeah, the doghouse hat.
Well, that probably not. Oh my goodness! I'm about to say, give him the
Call 10. Call 10. Fold. Three ways to flop.
only plot. Paul would have called over me.
Ace 8-8 on the flop here. Colin going to flop the best of it with Ace 7. He's going to check it.
Good call.
Check it. Try to be a little deceitful here. Gets a jack on the turn for Luis. That may have been a very good check for Colin. Disguising that ace. Letting Luis hit that jack on the turn there. Doc is going to fold. We're going to see the 4 of diamonds on the river. Changes nothing. Colin's going to lead out for $20. Luis probably thinks his jack is good here. He's going to get the bad news, though. Colin's going to take down a $100 pot.
Time to go.
Down again.
I still have almost 3 hours to buy it.
Yeah, I'm ready to strike that.
150. 15. Fold. Wait.
Paul's going to open it up to $15 here with the 4-5 offsuit. What else could he have here? Autumn's going to come along with her 2 Broadway cards.
Raise
Action now back to
35.
Colin on the button with 2 5s. Going to bump it up to $45.
Really trying to
Carolyn's going to let those pretty looking cards go. 7-8 of clubs in the muck.
One calls.
Paul comes along and makes the call to 45. Autumn is going to let her Broadway cards go, and we're going to be heads up to a flop with, you guessed it, Colin and Paul.
Okay, your turn.
Not a great flop for either players here. That is a great, great turn card for Paul. Any 3, any 8, Paul would have the best hand.
Player bet 65.
Oh my goodness, he bet 65 in the dark and drills the straight on the river. What is this magic we are seeing from Paul here? Open-ended on the turn. Check, check. He bets $65 in the dark, mind you, and drills his straight on the river. I don't know if Colin can find a call button here. That's a pretty strong $65 dark bet. Any pair on the board beats him. If Colin would have had a king or a 10 or something like that there, he's probably making that call. Unfortunately for Paul, he didn't have any of that. He had an underpair to the board. Paul is going to pick up another one. There's a look at our pre-flop raise percentages. Luis is raising pre-flop 50% of hands. Paul right underneath him with 40 and Colin at 30%. Dave has yet to raise pre-flop with a hand. And here's a look at the cumulative winnings here. Luis is down about $230 and Paul is up about $230 at this table so far.
Call 5. 15.
All right, we got some action here. Let's see. Colin is going to bump it up to 15 with the ace-8 offsuit. Action now to Dave with 2 black queens. He is going to raise it up to $45. Action now to Blaine with the 2 9s. He just called previously, just called $5 with 2 9s. Now he's going. Looks like he's going to make the call of 445. And back to our original raiser, Colin, with the ace-8 offsuit. He's going to let it go. We're going to go heads up to a flop. Oh, wow. A queen right in the window for Dave. Flopped his set. He's going to check it. Give Blaine a chance to catch up here. Blaine does have a few outs, actually, now. He could hit one of the 3 remaining 10s to make a straight. I don't think we're going to be able to see that, though. Dave's going to fire it here, try to get some value. Blaine's going to let it go. And Dave's going to take down that pot.
There's enough alcohol at this table, guy.
In the building.
Take a whole month off the drink.
Get it on the button. Got on the button.
Importantly, why do you do it?
Fold. Fold. Call 10.
Doc's got a pretty looking hand. 2 suited Broadway cards. King, Jack of clubs.
6 folds.
Going to call that straddle. Carolyn is going to bump it up to $50 with 2 black 10s in the cutoff. Luis, our original straddler, is going to let it go. Action back to Renee. Going to make the call. Heads up, $50 to a flop. Flop is going to come ace, 9, 5. Not a great flop for either player. Carolyn's going to bet out. Doc is going to let it go. Nice hand there for Carolyn. Here's a look at our VPIP. That's what we all wanted to see. Wouldn't you know it? Paul is first in line. 75% VPIP at this table so far. If you don't know what VPIP means, it stands for voluntarily put in pot. So that is the amount of times that each of those given players have voluntarily put chips into the pot, so excluding any blinds. Whether that be a call or a raise, that is the percentage of times they have voluntarily put chips into the pot.
Yeah.
Here we go. Might see some fireworks here. Colin's got
Raise
ace,
45.
king. He's going to bump it up to 45.
Can you hear me, Colin? Yeah.
Luis with queen at 7 of diamonds. I think that's playable hand at $45.
Partner to work this table, Dexter, because you have a day removed.
Only just take to do it.
I can see how some
Oh.
might not want to ever be on the table. It's just quiet.
Charlie would be good at this. Charlie.
Here. 45. Oh, heads up to the flop.
Me and the dot, Charlie.
1 to 8.
Check.
Okay.
Check.
These are at 8.
All right, heads up to
Yeah,
this
he's
flop.
not
Ace
very
10
fast.
versus ace king. Check, check on the flop.
Check.
Doc has lots of chop outs now. That is not one of them. Ace king high is going to take this pot if it does go to showdown. Oh, wow. Doc is going to bet $30 here. Oh, Colin's going to call with the ace king high and take it down. Nice job by Colin there, sniffing that one out.
Ken, Stall, and Shadow on the button. Ken on the button.
Raise to 45. Keep 4 fold. Fold, fold, fold. You got Dave? Fold. Oh,
Three ways to a flop here. It's going to come jack high. Two players with jacks. Frank with the best of it with the ace jack. Blaine is going to lead out for $45
all 45.
with the second best hand. Paul with just a pair of threes is
all
going to
in.
make the call. And Frank said those two magical words, all in. Frank is all in here with the ace jack offsuit. He does have the best hand. Both players are going to fold. Nice little check raise there by Frank, picking up an extra $90.
Have a good
Big
one,
blind.
Ryan. Come on, you. Exciting fourth.
Blaine's gonna call a 5 here with the ace 3 of clubs. The whole table is
I need
erupting
him to
in
keep him
laughter.
on.
So I'll know what he's got.
If y'all missed that, Colin asked the table if anybody did anything fun for their fourth.
Anybody else? 3 players.
And everybody's just like, dude, Like, this is a serious game. I mean, what are we talking about here?
67 right.
In other news, we're going to head 3 ways to a flop, $25 a piece. We're going to see ace, 10, 9.
Check. Checks around.
Blaine is going to flop the best of it. Does have some kicker problems. Now Carolyn's going to turn the best of it. King 10 for 2 pair.
Yeah. Raise an ounce. What's like 100? Like that.
Come on. You want to say something? Come on.
Carolyn is going to raise it up to 100, and Blaine is going to let it go. Rightfully so. Beautiful turn card for Miss Carolyn there. She's been winning a few pots. She has returned her seat change button to the dealer. Said she does not need it anymore.
You have to tell.
One of my favorite things.
You have to tell you what's coming next. That's the first.
How's that working?
Stay on the button, guys. Stay on the button.
Myself a little bit. Here we go.
We got one bluff. Is
Call.
what I said. Bluff.
Hold.
That's
Two.
good.
Oh,
One for one.
no. Oh, that-
Hold. 8.
Now everybody wants my team.
See, 8 raises to 35. Call.
Sure.
9 call. See, 1 call.
Wow, we got a lot of players going to be seeing a flop here, it looks like.
2 fold.
So far, Dave has the best of it with 2 8s. No longer as 2 players flop a pair of kings. Autumn with the worst of it. Luis with king, queen.
$85.
$85 is the bet from Luis. Dave's going to let his pair 8s go.
You don't know what he don't know.
He's thinking.
I don't know.
But
Take it.
Let's go.
And you?
literally hit my king and pulled it.
Hit the king.
You got a key?
Seems like nobody believes her. Everybody's asking, you had a king? Wait, you had a king? Yes, she had a king, and she folded. She knew she did not have the best hand.
Raise to 10. Fold. Fold.
Paul's going to bump it up. Get us going here for $10 with the good old Jack-8 offsuit.
Heads up.
Go three.
Those are premium cards here at the Doghouse.
Jack. That's 5.
5 of hearts on the turn does give Colin a lot more outs. He can now make a straight with any deuce. He'll chop with a 3, and he will win with a 4. Paul bets $5. Colin raises to 25. And it's going to take the pot down.
This is the man. Got me cooler. The bus move, man. You're one of my witnesses.
Like here or ever? What is that? So boring.
Man, how does Paul raise it up and with Jack-8 offsuit and then Ace-King suited, he just calls, slow plays. Oh, what a card for Carolyn here. She's going to drill the absolute stones on the turn. And everybody's going to fold to your bet. Nicely done, young lady.
Make a deep run.
Your little friends, you want to come play?
I like your passions.
Nicole.
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 Papa.
We soccer game on TV right there.
Thank you.
Coming up, it's not up right now.
Frank's going to bump it up here. Looks like he's going to raise to $20 with his pair of ducks. Lane's got suited gappers, the 7-5 of spades. He's going to come along. Paul's going to come off, along with the 8-6 offsuit. Doc with the King 3 offsuit. We're going to go 4 ways to a flop.
I mean, as many people as go.
That is going to be nothing for nobody on that flop. Checks around.
Conversation, and I got to down something. I'm just
9 of diamonds on the turn gives Doc a flush draw, gives Paul a straight draw. And Blaine's still got the best hand with his pair of 7s. The King of Hearts on the river gives Doc top pair.
35.
$35 bet here from Paul.
Go down.
Pair of Kings is going to be the best hand, and Doc is going to take down this pot. There's a look at the counts there. Colin leading the pack with $798, give or take a few.
Hand is all on the gun.
Paul's going to start us off with the $10 straddle under the gun here.
If it's solo,
10 to go, Mr. Name.
Ooh. And crazy. I tried to talk.
Drinks have arrived.
No, I was just asking if you got the
I know.
text message too.
Raise. 45.
Wow.
3 raised to 100.
Look at this here. Battle of the blinds. Ace King offsuit in the small blind for Luis, and Ace King of hearts for Dave in the big blind. Fireworks incoming.
I didn't think that's not the guy. None of the guys drink. Dave drank.
Luis deciding how he wants to proceed with this hand.
What's it called? Green tea? Oh,
What's
yeah. You don't even, you don't, I don't like it. It's very
Okay. Just an arm.
All right, Luis is going to make that call. Heads up, $100 apiece. Both players with the same hand.
I went to pull mine out of my purse.
It's re-rated. No, you had the wrong end of it several times. That'd be your night, huh? Do it again.
Wow, Dave's going to take it down with a $125 bet there. And that is the power of position, folks. The power of position displayed beautifully right there.
Right? You hit it again? Yeah, see? Oh, yeah, Jack.
Luis is trying to get a read off of Dave, trying to figure out what he had. Guessing all the possible hands. Little does he know, they had the same hand.
Unbelievable. They can search it. It should be up now. I thought they were. Oh, it's on the. Give me the right.
Wow. Heat check. 2 kings for Dave in the small blind. He's just going to limp in.
Game for them. Like outside of the square. Yep. Good. 5 played. It was strong. She's like, oh,
I'm not a big drinker.
Maybe.
Yeah, they're kind of big
But
drinkers.
because she goes, yeah, they know the guy's really good.
Nobody's going to raise. Dave's still slow playing this. Out of position with 2 kings in a limped pot. I don't know that there's a book that tells you how to play that hand.
James Carolyn. Gold. It's a shot or like
Oh, boy. Queen on the river is going to give Paul the straight. He's going to bet $50.
Feel the burn of it.
Maybe Sprite. Like very good. Very good. Oh, okay, there they are. When I from all later.
Edgar, I share your confusion, friend. I do. Edgar asks in the YouTube chat, what's wrong with these players? King limps in. Yes, Kings did limp in there and ended up having to fold on the river.
They can't see me.
I mean, obviously he was definitely hoping to limp in pre-flop and have somebody else raise so he can pull the trigger and 4-bet it, but that was not the case here. But these are the things that can happen when you try to get sneaky with those big pocket pairs.
Great.
It's on commercial.
Put my green out of bed.
Oh, you messed it up. The greens have been coming back to me. They're both in red.
Let's put a green out to bring a red fence back.
Really, this one. Yeah, I did it. You ever like that, right?
Six players to a flop.
Who didn't want to play?
Oh,
Players to a flop.
6 ways to a flop with Queen Jack 10, $20 a piece.
Bets 20.
And Luis is going to bet $20 here with an open-ended straight draw. Autumn is going to call with the ace-10 gut shot to the nuts, as well as an over.
4 players.
what did she say?
Carolyn with a pair of jacks going to make the call. Oh, the 9 on the turn.
Check.
It's going to give Autumn some more outs now. She can hit an 8 or a king or an ace, for that matter.
Oh, I didn't, but okay.
$60.
Luis is going to continue his line with his open-ended straight draw, lead out for $65. Autumn's going to let it go.
Hey. Dealer control these maniac.
Colin's going to let his pair of 7s go. Carolyn is cutting out chips. Looks like she might be making the call. And she does. Six of clubs on the river. Does not change anything for Luis. Carolyn's going to have the best hand. First to act. Checks. And Luis is going to continue his line.
Players all in.
We got a 3-liner, all in, bet every single street, setting himself up for this river shove. He's all in for $140 into about a $470 pot. Carolyn's going to make the fold, and Luis gets his bluff through. Nicely played there by Luis. He was betting on the come, but if the come didn't come, you can always just jam and hope they fold.
And on the button.
You can push at 8:30. You can push at 8:30.
You just heard our floor supervisor, Daryl, in the background there, opening up another Hold'em game here at Doghouse. If you're not doing anything tonight, hop on 290 and make your way over here to DogHouse Poker Club in Cypress, Texas. We've got seats open for you.
Babysitting in there, your dog.
In other news, Doc here is going to raise to $40 facing the button straddle. I believe.
What a big pot of
There we go. Action now back over to Lise with Ace Jack offsuit. Fresh off that triple barrel bluff. He's got some chips now.
Oh, so bad at this game.
He announces how bad he is at this game and then folds his cards. Well, if it is any consolation to you, Luis, that was a phenomenal fold. You played it correct. Paul is going to flop the best hand here from worst to first.
Oh, okay.
So sorry, they put the wrong one. I don't know if I can see that one. Oh, it's right here. That's cool.
Deuce of spades on the turn changes nothing. Check, check, and a 9 on the river is going to give Paul the check mark. Two pairs. Doc is going to have to let this one go.
Canada and quarterfinals. Canada and
Doc did not give him enough credit. Nice hand there by Paul.
He called toilet turn. He's never pulled it.
That was it. Get A for effort. Right. I appreciate you trying. Just in the wrong spot. Okay.
Yeah, Mark.
I knocked it.
Community card now.
Here, let me switch out. I thought if
Raise
the
the king.
player.
So, King Heart. It's both.
Not if it's in the
Players
pitch, though. Like if I pitch it.
It doesn't matter. Don't believe me.
But like in this instance, like if he was in front of our card, then he had to keep it.
Watch the live.
Yeah, once it's already. Yeah.
Five players.
King Heart is on.
Check. 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 9 to 15.
Oh. 3 cards.
Three ways to a turn.
All right, down to 3 players now. 2 players with a pair of 9s. Frank with the best of it, and Jack 10.
Check. Bet.
$20 bet. All 3 players are going to continue. 8 of diamonds
That's right.
on the river is going to give Frank the best hand. He's going to have a jack high straight here.
Showdown.
Frank tries to get somebody else to take a stab at it by checking. Everybody else checks behind, though. Frank's going to take down about a $150 pot with his straight.
I thought it was a shot, huh? It was a drill. It was a fucking.
Got it to chair about 6 inches.
Do be careful about switching over C9 and C1.
Guys, I am going to step away for just 1 moment. Don't worry, though. The action is going to continue to roll here. I will be back momentarily.
Oh, yeah. Fold. Raised 25. Fold. Fold. Oh, 25 is 3. 3 ways to flop. Good when it comes to check.
Singing to you? Oh.
35.
Oh, deja vu?
Call 35. Fold. Hello. We got the next player. That's a bullshit range, lady. Look at her, look at her, look at her.
The YouTube short today, and they had a brawl at the cruise ship. Chairs. Like, saw it.
Hey, 10. Raise 45. Call 45. Oops. Fold.
You can rub your arm behind your back.
Oh,
Yeah.
fold. Keep one in there. 4 players, 4 flop. 6. Queen.
There you go.
Saw the queen. Actually, check. Check. Checks around, going to return. Check. Yeah. 20. Three players.
Stuff on that board.
That's the thing.
She was like, yes, Ted.
Still all them red cards came out.
Nobody on the screen can see the card. Yeah. Oh. Ball. Yeah. Ball. Yeah, no more wall balls. Yeah, 15. Oh. Paul, heads up to turn. Check, check. Oh, wow. Oh, there you go.
Oh, 13.
Oh, 2 diamonds. Hey,
Oh,
39.
My mom just subscribed to the YouTube. Oh, respect her. I want to watch you play. I'm like, on the table. Do it. She wants me to subscribe. It might cost something like that.
That's what I would assume too, that I have to subscribe or something.
Right.
Raise 25.
Nice guy and the road together.
Five. Big golf. 3 ways to a flop. Yeah.
So pretty. So pretty.
You were dominating. Watch the live.
Somebody got me when I was a kid.
He had 7 dudes.
He just had more guys than me to bet.
You know what I had.
Blind vote.
I would have wanted to rate some of the raised.
What I mean is right now.
Oh, I was still stacking my chips up.
Shot got it. He got a little greedy.
Hold on.
Realize where the button was.
Beat 6 races to 15. 7. 4.
Alrighty, y'all. I am back just in time for the start of this hand. Colin's going to bump it up to $15 in the cutoff with Jack 7 of clubs.
Raised to 50.
Luis says that is not enough. Puts in $50 with a pair of 10s. And apparently $50 was too much for everybody else. Luis is going to take that one down. No problem. And taking down a pot without any cards having to come out. If I can win a pot pre-flop every hand, I would be very happy.
Looks like he's chipping in to get some more money.
Oh, it's right there.
That's 100. Looks like you got more than that.
Oh, 30.
Is that 30?
Paul is adding on 30 calling, all right? Counting button.
All right. This just ended. Paul has added on another $130 to his stack. We got a $10 button straddle to start us off here. I don't think Luis has missed his button straddle once since the game started.
Oh.
2 threes for Paul. Go ahead and add a few percents to his VPIP. Doc with the beautiful looking ace, 7 of diamonds. Frank going to take a line here with a good old 5-3 of diamonds. Going to pop it up to $25. Blaine with 2 queens says this is enough. Let's end these shenanigans. The price of poker is now $100. Carolyn's going to let go of her pretty suited Broadway cards. Luis trying to spread some fertilizer on his cards. He's not going to be happy with his crop from this year. Jack, 5 hearts into the muck. Paul's going to let his pair go. Doc going to let hers go. I imagine Frank will do the same. I have been wrong before, and I was wrong again here. He's going to make the call for $100. Heads up to a flop here. 5-3 diamonds versus 2 queens. Not the flop Frank was looking for. Promise you that.
Good luck. It's all down.
Blaine is going to get the rest of his money in. $118. He had left over. Frank cannot continue.
Still on tilt?
Yeah.
Blaine, whatever. He's still on tilt. Well, that should go a little ways in the de-tilting process for him.
Give me a chip count, please. Then on the gun.
We do have another line that straddle here under the gun this time.
635. Call 10.
Yes, I got a car.
It's 635 or 634. That's not that good.
Autumn is going to make the call with the 6-7 of diamonds. Pretty looking cards.
Call 10. Deep 9 calls 10. Call 10.
Action now back to our big blind. Doc with the ace queen of hearts. I imagine she's going to be raising here. If I had to guess.
Here we go.
45? Question mark?
50 less.
45 it is.
45. She had 50 in her hand.
45?
Yeah, 45.
I think I just
You gotta replay that.
don't know what you meant. Watch it tomorrow when I'm sitting at home.
Where?
Oh my God, I went in. What did Jeff?
Oh.
You didn't hear her?
I have to spell it out.
I didn't have anything, but that's okay. They're on a live stream.
Oh, this is the one right up. I just don't want to do that.
10 on the button.
Here we
Just straddle?
10 bucks.
folding. That's exactly why I don't want to one of the next because I may grab it. I don't really.
I'm gonna catch him. I'm gonna catch him. I had it's the setup. That's $10 setup.
Stop you. Not the commentator, but I hear what. Yeah, raise yeah. There's something doesn't scan it. I'm fucking up. He doesn't have fucking up. Power Club's not coming, guys.
You can't be fancy.
Raise 40.
My fanciness helped you. 14, 4-0.
All right. Made a couple of changes to our...
Raise. 140.
All right, guys, made a couple of changes to the audio. Rob Lee in the Facebook chat, let me know if that sounds a little bit better for you. In other news, we do have 2 aces here for Colin. He's going to 4-bet it to $140. Action now back to Paul with the king-queen offsuit. The action here was Paul opening up to $40. Colin raised it up to 140, and then Paul let it go. Winning with aces.
You thought he had aces, huh?
Huh?
You had aces?
No, worse.
Worse than that? Nah, I didn't have kings.
Kings and queens, I didn't know.
Aces or jacks. One of those two. Already managed another.
Players at the table trying to guess what Colin's hand was there. Luis says, well, it was either aces or jacks, one of the two. Paul seems to think he had kings or queens. Either way, any of those hands were better than Paul's hand, and he did make the right fold. Here's some pretty cards for Blaine. Just going to smooth call,
Raised.
as does Colin. And now Carolyn with the 2 10s, bumping it up to $50. Action now back to Blaine with the ace-king of hearts. He's going to make the call. All right, we're going to go heads up to this flop. Ace-king of hearts versus 2 10s. Blaine is immediately going to flop up the best of it. It does go check, check. Trying to play it sneaky. 3 kings now for Blaine. He checks again. Carolyn's going to take the bait and bet $100.
Telling you what everybody has. Going on.
All in raise.
Blaine's going to get it all in now. Looks like 200 and maybe close to 300 there. Not going to matter. Carolyn is going to let the 2 10s go.
Watch live stream.
It's a nice hand for Blaine there. Making a comeback. Now in the green, $20.
Raise to 20.
My mom's trying to watch that.
5 layers, no flop.
Oh.
All right, we are 5 ways to this flop. Luis is going to flop the best of it with ace 10.
Okay, 20.
How much is it?
Okay, so 5 players. Check, check. Check, baby.
$201 in this pot now.
Check around. Wherever. Uh, 65.
Go, bro.
Four. Folds around to C8.
It could be cold.
So cold.
Huh?
Set of 4s on the river for Dave
Not catch it, dog.
is going to do it.
Think it-
You paid on the river? Yeah, set.
Five players.
Oh my goodness.
Great system. Fold.
Doc's going to open us up here to 15. Ace Jack offsuit.
Raise. 45.
And Paul is going to put in the 3-bet to 45. The good old 7-4 offsuit.
The goalie blocker action. That point, that point. Canada win.
That's a bet. 50.
And Carolyn's going to lead out with the pair of queens there and take it down.
All things.
Jared Ward throwing out there, bro.
King 3, King 6, 6. Pairs and spades. Pairs and spades.
Left down.
Yeah, sun's going down. They got another.
Just every time they hit, it feels good, but other than that, it's
Hold. Hold. All five. All five. Hold. Hold. Raise to 30.
Calling on the button with ace jack of diamonds. Going to raise it up to $30 here. Luis with king queen suited. Two good looking cards. He's going to raise it up to $80 now. Calling on the button. He's already invested $30 into this hand with ace jack of diamonds. Now facing an $80 raise.
that's my song. I got it.
Total falling speed is 76%.
Going to make the call, and we're going to go to a flop. Ace high flop at that. Colin had the best hand and continues to have the best hand now, as he does get awarded that check mark there. Luis cannot win this pot at Showdown. Queen of diamonds on the river. It does improve Luis's hand here. Colin has done a pretty good job disguising his ace here. Luis still can't feel super confident. Looks like he feels about $110 worth of confidentness here.
Whatever you want to do. But I'd pass for 10 minutes. So. Oh, okay. That's fine. Yeah, I just want to okay, snow. And a call. Queen.
And Colin does make the call. Luis is going to get the bad news. Nice spot there for Colin. Now has over $1,000 in his stack. He started with 500. He has since doubled his initial investment.
When you took long, I thought I won. I was just replaying the hand. I would like to make sure I'm thinking what I'm thinking there.
Scared board.
You got that ace king. Yeah,
Out of
I
five.
think you got an ace. I think. Got ace king. You could have pocket queen.
You got an ace every time. I'm probably like, maybe doesn't have.
You could have pocket queens. I was just taking it.
No limit.
And when you bet, I'm like, I don't think I can fold here.
Good start. Good start.
Hey, like I had a magnet in my hand.
Yeah.
What do you got? 9? 1? 2000? I get brushed 8. You get brushed for me? For me?
Oh, no.
Or you and Mike? Yeah, pretty good. Raises to 15.
Colin's going to open it up in the cutoff for 15. Dave, Paul, and Doc all going to come along. We're going to go 4 ways to a flop here. Jack 7-5 Rainbow. Dave going to flop the best hand here with middle pair. Checks around. You can see a 10 of diamonds on the turn. Colin's going to pick up a gut shot straight jaw. And he is going to raise it up to $70 here, looks like, with his gut shot. I guess he is actually double gutted here. He can hit a queen or an 8. Doesn't need to, though. That raise is going to be good enough to take the pot down.
Fireworks in our neighborhood have stopped for like 1:30. No, they going for 3 days. And then I couldn't go to sleep. I know. I left still shoot fireworks. I left the music playing on my TV, kind of loud. So back to my dog. I don't know. Yeah, they're fine. And you got my thing, like in the backyard, and somebody partying or whatever, what do you call it? But they got those weighted vests. The weighted vest is supposed to be. I don't know if it works or not. Thunder blanket.
Grab him. Grab him the button. There. Perfect.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 600 people.
Luis here, 72% favorite to win this hand. Still checking it. And he's going to make the wheel. 2 players going to make the wheel here. Luis and Colin both have the wheel. If this hand does go to Showdown, they will split the pot. Frank took a stab at it with his pair of 9s here for $35. Colin raised to $150. Action now back to Luis.
That started about 500. I was talking about my stuff.
Luis with just a call there.
You don't think you have 6, 7.
Frank's going to let it go. We will go to Showdown, and players are going to chop it up here.
He's not trying very hard because he went down to 70%.
He didn't have anything on that.
I was
was like, 7 here. I might be.
What
What'd you say?
Thought I was gonna lose with a straight.
All right. 7. Put that on the turn. On the turn, you can't call.
Well, I guess it's good, but. My hands,
Colin adding to his stack. 1.2K.
There was a lot of people. I thought somebody could have like 5 or 4s.
I'm gonna just blind him to see if somebody else is gonna try to make a move. I'm like, oh, I see.
You raised a lot of people behind him. Like, you could have 6. I wanted to go in, but I was like, 7. Well, I go in.
Yeah, and then
Like that.
Kind of clubs with the burn, because I need to 10 straddle on the button.
Paul in the small blind kisses his $10 goodbye and makes the call. Blaine with a pretty looking 9 as 7 of clubs here. Luis with the hooks. 2 hooks for Luis, going to raise it up to $45. Dave on the button. The straddler has queen 10 of hearts. Queen 6 on the flop. What a flop for Dave here.
we are coming back to blind with 300, 600, 600.
Action checks to Luis. The initial raiser with the 2 jacks. He's going to bet $55. Dave, with the best of it, is going to make the call. Looks like everybody else is going to let their hands go. We're going to be heads up. Luis looking for a jack and only a jack here. As you can see at the top right hand of the screen there, one of those jacks will not be coming. One of the players folded the jack of clubs pre-flop. The only jack available left to hit for Luis is the jack of spades.
Eight checks, 9 bets, 105. 8 checks.
$105 bet from Dave here. But 105 into a pot of about $358. Luis does let it go.
That'd be pretty good, That'd be phenomenal.
Wow. Looks like Dave let him pick a card to see, and he picked the wrong one. Dave flipped over the 10 of diamonds. hinting that he could have had pocket tens there.
And he flipped over a 10. Killed me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you got him? He finally pairs the board, and I still can't win. Still can't win when he pairs the board.
He was just wondering.
I mean, 4 raises to 30, 5 fold. 6 fold.
Autumn with the jacks now. Gonna bump it up to $30. Action over to Luis with 2 queens. What is going on here? The price is now $75. Frank with 2 nines gonna make the call for 75. And we are off to the races, 3-handed, 75 apiece. The flop comes 6, 7, 8 with 2 spades. Frank with an open-ended straight draw, as well as an overpair to the board. He's going to go ahead and get it all in.
Can't be getting out of lunch, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah. 8 calls to 2-7. Yeah, you want to do a set?
Better know there's like a live stream or like a live stream.
Oh, whatever you want. You're all in.
All right. Autumn let her jacks go. Good for her. Luis made the call. Off to the turn here. The 4 on the turn changes nothing.
That's pretty good. Good try.
7 on the river changes nothing. Looks like Luis is going to win the first run. We are running it twice here. A deuce on the second run. And a 10 on the bottom. They're going to chop it up. Frank stays alive. Luis kicking himself now, I'm sure, wishing he would have only ran it one time. Gary, welcome in, sir. Thanks for hopping in the chat. I thought we were going to have to open up a seat, too. Gary in the YouTube chat said, open up a seat after this hand, huh? That was not the case. They will chop this pot. For any of you watching, wondering what just happened, maybe unfamiliar with running it twice in cash games, some poker rooms allow players to run it multiple times. So all the chips were all in for both players on the flop. So they elected to run 2 turns and 2 rivers. So on the first run, whoever has the best hand on the first run will lock up half of the pot.
58 minutes.
And then they will run it again, and whoever wins that bottom run will win the other half of the pot. So in that case, the queens of Luis won the first run, and the straight of Frank won the bottom run. So they chopped the pot.
C3 is 540 behind. Yeah.
Frank is going to add on to his stack this hand. He says 540 more coming. So he will play this hand with an additional $540 behind.
15. Second call.
Blaine limping in with the ace, queen of
8
clubs.
balls, 9 balls.
And Colin bumping it up to 15 with the 8-9 of diamonds.
2 calls.
Action and now back to Blaine. Probably going to be raising here.
5 raises it to 125.
125, he says. That is the new price of this hand, $125.
And 6 balls. Huh? 1 and a quarter.
Doesn't look like anybody has much to call with here.
Table so I can get that. Oh. Way to get to the 600. Come. Or not.
Make use of it.
There's a look at the cumulative winnings so far at this table. Colin, our big winner so far, who has won about $600 since the start of this game.
Bag a couple.
Gonna be like 10. 10 travel on flight. I haven't.
All right, Frank's got himself some new chips straight from the cage.
Big one, the 150K.
And he's got the straddle on the button. Autumn's going to start us off here
Fold.
with a fold.
Oh my god, action's down here. Barrel that flat. 4, 5, 6, and 7 all fold.
Luis, ace 7 of clubs.
8 raises to 35.
Bumping it up to $35. Dave's got the ducks. He's going to make the call.
2 calls 35. 3 races to 105.
Frank, 3 bets with his new chips to $105 with 2 tens. Luis is going to make the call with the ace 7 of clubs. Dave thought about it for a second or two, made the call with the 2 deuces. Paul with the jack 10 of clubs. He's going to make the call. Doc with king jack of spades now. Also makes the call. 5 ways to a flop, $105 a piece. $528 in the middle there, guys. 7, 8, 4, 2 spades. Flush draw for Doc. Middle pair for Luis. Frank still with the best hand, but only a 13% favorite to win this hand. Paul is going to bet out with his gut shot to $25.
3 calls.
Frank just a call here with the overpair to the board. All 5 players make the call of $25. 6 of hearts on the turn.
8 checks. 8 checks.
$100 is now the bet from Paul with the jack 10 of clubs, looking for that gutter ball.
2 calls 100.
Doc going to make the call with her flush draw. Frank still with the best hand here, also going to make the call. Action's now over to Luis. Still has a second pair. There's a 4-liner to a straight on the board.
Three-way to a river.
All right, we have 3 players remaining here. Paul has taken the lead on the betting here. See how he proceeds here. He's got about $80 left in his stack. And he's going to get it all in with Jack high. Frank makes the call, and Paul's going to get the bad news. Wow. $1,100 pot going Frank's way. He started with the best hand and finished with the pot. Luis would have made 2 pair on the river there. Aces and 7s. Nice hand for Frank there. He had just added on some chips prior to the start of the hand. He had the button straddle on. 5 ways to a flop, $100 a piece. Pot ends up being about $1,100, and he took it down. Frank now again with 2 Broadway cards, playable cards. Looks like he's going to bump it up to $15.
9 call. 2 calls. 4 ways per flop.
Jack, 5, 7, 2 spades. Colin's going to flop the nut flush draw here. Open-ended straight draw for Dave. Top pair for Doc and Frank. Doc's going to lead out for $35. All players got something to go with here in this hand. Frank makes the call. Colin's going to put in a raise to 135. Dave's going to let his open-ender go. Doc is going to get rid of her jack. And Frank, with the best hand currently, is going to make the call. Ace of clubs on the turn now puts Colin in the lead. Top pair, nut flush draw. Frank is going to be down to 3 outs, as the queen of spades would give Colin the flush here. Frank is going to make the call of $120, $600 in that pot now. Frank is looking for a queen or a jack, but not the queen of spades. And it is the 8 of spades completing the nut flush for Colin here. Now he's got to figure out how he can get the most value out of this hand. $150 is the wager. And Frank is going to let it go. Colin Holland's going to take down about a $650 pot. Nicely done there.
How well it's working out.
He says he's trying to hit 80. Fold. 15 call it. Take guys. Take a look. 2 fold. 3 fold. What? 5 folds. 6 calls. 7 calls. See there's the flop. Check.
3 ways to a flop of ace, a 3-4, 2 clubs. Carolyn with the best of it right now. 2 jacks.
Calls.
Luis is going to take the lead here with a 9-10 offsuit. 4 of diamonds on the turn.
6 checks. 7 checks. 8 checks. Whatever.
Checks around. A 5 on the river is going to give Colin the wheel.
6 bets 25. 7 folds.
And he's going to get 2 folds. Taking it down. The rich get richer.
No, barely.
10 on, under the gun. Under the gun. Throw it. In the gun. Ball. 1 call. 2 folds. 3 folds. 4 folds. 5 folds. 6 months. 7 calls. 8 calls. So, alright. 9 checks. 3 ways to flop.
Can you do it for me, please?
7 bets 25.
Carolyn's going to have the best hand here on this flop. Paul is going to make the call with the queen 4 of diamonds. Turns a flush draw.
7 bets.
Carolyn's going to continue the $50 bet. Paul gets the call in before the dealer can complete counting the chips.
15.
Carolyn's going to bet, and Paul throws his cards straight into the muck.
What is that? Thank you. Did you hear Paul calling? He's got a message for you. He keeps trying to play better, but he just doesn't. He said he can see. I know. See one fold, see two folds, 5 folds, 6 folds, 8 calls.
No bragging on
8 calls. And 9 calls. You waste a lot. Check. Check. 7 bet. 15. 8 folds. 9 folds. Take a shot. How many times did that himself?
My mom gave me my company.
Tell him
my
about
little
the
direction.
my grandpa had one.
You just got that today.
Yeah. Actually, I had it with me. The first time I ever pulled it out was on day 2. That was the first time I ever pulled it out.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, of the one. That's cool. I like that.
Trying to get
You're like, oh, okay, that's okay.
Actually, don't see 3 calls. 2 folds, 3 calls, 10, 5 folds, 6 folds, 7 calls, optional 8. Going up to 40.
Because we all have one in our pocket or purse or whatever. You know what I mean? I know. They're all in the farms.
Most people, my age can't even read a bluff like that. True story. True story.
But that's why they can't.
75.
Should say the time in here somewhere.
Three calls, heads up to a turn. Check and all in from 6, 7. I don't know if you want to count. Fold.
Nice bet. Jack, ride together like that?
Take it.
That was a 7-9.
There's that. I was gonna say either 9 or Jack.
Maybe the deuce. So that's
You think you're not trying hard because you already went down to 70%. Thank you, baby. Raise to 20 for C3. Fold. C5 calls. 6 folds, 7 folds. 8 calls. 9 folds. Play better.
So hard.
2 calls.
Have y'all been handicapping yourselves over there? All of a sudden, you guys are just crushing.
Man, tell me about it. I can't get nothing.
You know, been on table 6.
Get back. 3 checks. 5 checks.
Really?
8 checks to a
All
turn.
that noise over there? What happened? Really?
3 checks. 3 checks. 5 checks.
Anything?
8 raises 30.
I guess so. She busted 3 people.
2 folds. 3 calls. 3 checks. 8. Fair check.
Michael Wilson, your tournament seat's open. Table 11, seat number 7.
Man, we need to get you in on this table. Get liven up a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Bow win. Your tournament seat's open. Table 11, seat number 4.
You all right? Hey, just how many times did he buy it for
He's crushing that ATM. That's what he's doing.
You can go look over there and know what his pin is. The number 4 out of
There you go.
They put me on this list?
Fold. Yeah, you can.
I think
Yeah,
y'all-
Nicole. Who? Nicole. Oh. Dean can probably do it too. 5 calls. 6 calls. 7 folds. 8 folds. 9 folds. Mr. Button. One raises it to 35.
But look,
3 raises it to 75. And folds back to 1 to make it a call. Short final listen.
no discount.
No matter how bad I want it to be. Heads up. And first pair checks. Yeah.
How's Sean doing?
I don't know. Getting good stuff, bro.
Thank you.
Commented on that.
Oops.
Oopsies.
Yeah,
Stop
yeah,
saying
yeah, yeah,
something.
comment.
Renee, it got quiet on 6. One of the ladies left. Oh, did they? We don't have
They
it.
can bicker back
Oh,
and forth.
no.
And it'll be-
It was pretty funny.
I showed you the 8.
I got 8. I'll put you on this. Ready to bluff?
5 folds.
Put you on this.
6 folds.
What's good, bro?
Put 25.
Raise 15.
Over there?
Put 25.
8
My
folds.
double bluff.
9 folds.
No, if you go back to the stream, to the live stream, to the
2 calls.
Still
8 folds. 4 folds. 4 raises.
Paul, your bike overheating and you had to bring it inside or what?
Throws it inside.
Uh-huh. You want
10 on the button, Colin. $10 button.
Alrighty, y'all. I am back just in time to start this hand. We got a $10 button straddle.
free rolling there?
5 call.
Blaine with king, queen offsuit going to make the call. Now we get a $25 raise with 2 sevens from Colin.
9 raises to 75.
Dave with 2 kings. Bumping it up to 75, and Paul is going to let the ace-jack go. That might be the tightest move I've ever seen him make.
Falls back around. Takes 6.
I mean, I got a desired effect. Didn't get the desired effect, but I'm not.
Yeah, you got what you wanted to do.
Heads up.
Colin's going to make the call. We're going to go heads up to a flop here. Jack 5 deuce. It's a good thing Paul folded. He would have got in trouble with top pair here.
9 bets 125.
Just folded.
Shows the sevens and throws them in the muck.
Hell. Mine like to spit in cups. How about that?
Plug your king.
Mine like to spit in cups.
Oh.
I
was thinking.
Hey, but you know what? The ones in like they do that snuff. The women do snuff. They like pack it in their nose. Yeah. Snuff.
Sniffing stuff. Fold. 7. 8 folds. 9 raises. Thank you.
Wall ball.
2 and 3.
Wall ball pause.
Queen 9-3, 2 hearts on this flop. Colin's going to flop the best of it. Dave's going to lead out with his 10 high.
Oh, was he?
Everybody's going to make the call. Deuce of spades on the turn.
Checks. The river.
3 of diamonds on the river is going to give Colin the check mark here.
65.
$65 is the wager.
Vanessa.
Five. Go, Mr. Dave.
I didn't put you on blast, so
Hey.
you know I'm Yeah, he did that though. He did that.
9 calls. 1 call. 3 calls. 3 calls. 4 calls.
All in. That was good action. Good action.
7 players to a flop here. Flop's going to come at 10-9 deuce with 2 hearts.
Check, 7 check.
Frank's going to flop
9
a
bet,
flush
20.
draw. Dave going to flop a pair of 10s. Doc's going to flop 2 pair 9s and deuces.
2 raises to
Call
55.
that the under the gun plus 3 special.
Five. 7 calls.
Calm down. Deal with it at home, y'all.
Starting chips. That's tomorrow, 5 p.m. 10K guaranteed. Also, if you sign up 15 minutes or more prior to the tournament, you will get a 5,000 bonus chip. Good luck, and we'll see you here at the Doghouse tomorrow.
Nine pulls. To a river.
Doc's going to be awarded the check mark here with those 2 pair. That heart did not come for Frank.
3 bets 100. 2 calls. 2 parts.
Mud. Oh! I popped 2 and
And that pot is going to go Doc's way.
You got me, dude? It's all live. Remember. Everyone gave me
Hey girl, you having a fun time?
nice, huh? 10 to go under the gun, guys. 10 to go, bud. Look at you playing, bro.
All right, players, we're going to open a brand new 1-2-5 bringing game on table number 7. 4. Wolf. Gregory B. Gregory B. Tyrian. Anyone else that wants to play 1-2-5?
A lot. And it takes her grandmother to do it. Where we at? I'm gonna go. Let's make it 50.
9 raises to
Regan, did you want to say a pillow?
You know, Jay?
3 calls. 3 ways to a flop.
Well, I've been to her grandmother's 80th birthday party.
Oh,
She
no,
put it
not
on,
that
and she
one.
put it on more. She rented out the Manger in San Antonio.
Queen 9-5. 2 clubs on this flop. Not much for anybody. Doc did flop a middle pair of 9s.
Also, players, as a reminder, if you look back on table number 12,
75.
we're doing a 1-2 bring in 5 live stream game. And Anytime you want to, if you have any interest in calling that game, go see Nicole. She'll add you to the list for next week.
He was announcing that we were having a live stream back there. I was lifting my arm so I could see what him.
He was talking to Daryl.
Yeah.
No, she got a queen.
She is deep.
Guys, if you're available tomorrow, we do have a 10,000 guaranteed no limit hold'em tournament tomorrow. That tournament is the American Stack. Players are going to start with 75,000 in chips. It's a $300 buy-in with unlimited re-entries. Once again, that tournament has a guaranteed prize pool of $10,000. That tournament is going to start at 5 o'clock p.m.
Yeah, no, no, no. You give me one mega look. Those are all wins. That's one of the ship champion winner. 12-10. These folds.
Yeah, because they gave him to him.
5 fold. 6 fold.
Winning.
7 fold. Fold, right? Fold.
So,
8 fold.
Oh, they tied it.
You tied it? 9 fold. Off this one check.
Probably tell the replay.
Check the bid. Check. 9 check. 1 check.
Two pair for Louise here.
Wow.
Doc is going to lead out with her pair of 8s for $25.
One call, right? 2 players. 2 turn.
Hit dice.
Jack of clubs on the turn.
1 check. 2 bets 25.
Louis going to raise it up to 85 and take it down.
Down on the button, Colin. Call 10. Keep 1 call. 2 call. 4 call. 6 or 8, 60.
Colin's going to bump this one up to $60 with the good old 5-4 offsuit.
Four fold.
But I was thinking that's what I started laughing when you
Player.
said it.
There you go, Colin. Checks. 1 check. 6 wages 70. Nine folds.
another diamond in there, and it would have been good. One more diamond we could.
Ten on the button, hold on.
That's
Mike's right.
Mike Martin.
Yeah.
Three calls. Four calls. All right, this. Yeah. Five calls.
He tells me.
Six calls. Seven calls. Plays in better on Eight races to 45. Nine calls. Three folds.
I got drawers on the day.
Four folds.
Three times.
Autumn's going to let go the ace deuce of clubs. That was a pretty looking hand. We're going to go 3 ways to a flop.
Eight checks. Nine checks. Boom.
Runner flush here for Luis. Going to try to squeeze some value out of here on the end.
You came with 40, 50, 60. I was going to re-raise.
60.
I found her today in the store. I couldn't find her, and then she sneezed.
No, then you found
No, we would never do that.
Wait till you watch the live stream.
That's our answer over here.
He's gonna need a blanket and a pillow for the sofa.
It's already there. What are you talking about?
Five folds. Six races to 15. Seven call. Eight fold. Nine call.
Oh, I'm not live anymore.
Two call.
She said there's no reason not to.
Seven players to a flop.
You heard the dealer 7 ways to a flop here. 8, 9 deuce with 2 diamonds.
Wager 20.
Doc does not have the best hand currently, but she is favorite to win this hand with her flush draw. No other player on the table has a diamond.
7 folds. 7 folds. 9 folds. 1 call. 2 calls. 3 makes the call. 4 players to a turn.
We are going to see a turn 4 ways here. It's going to be the 7 of hearts.
3 checks.
That is going to give Paul the absolute nuts right now. A jack high straight. Autumn is going to lead out with $75 here with her top pair. And Paul is going to get the rest of his chips in the middle.
Oh, yeah. 4.
$101 and in for Paul here with the best of it currently. Doc still has the 25% chance to win this hand. Any diamond, she would win the pot outright. Any 6 or jack, sorry, any jack, she would chop the pot here. 6, she would not be awarded a chop. A 10 would give Frank a bigger straight here.
All right, we got 1 player.
Good luck, all in.
Action. On the side. We were going off the river, you guys.
It pays sometimes.
Autumn cannot win this pot.
Almost been 2 hours.
A jack of clubs on the turn is going to give Doc the same straight as Paul.
We only got about an hour.
He's going to bet $100, it looks like. That did give Frank a pair of jacks on the river there.
Are you leaving us, Miss Carolyn? Have a good night, man. Thanks for playing with us. Appreciate you being a part of our video. I got a seat open. Call in or whoever I'm talking to. Call Hundo.
Frank is going to make that call, and Autumn's going to let it go.
Stop up first, please.
Jack.
Frank's going to flip his cards over and get the bad news.
What up,
Doc is going to win that $100 from that last bet, and she's also going to be awarded half of this pot.
Oh, we had it before the river.
Yeah.
Fitted shot.
Starting to simmer up a little bit in here.
I was just about to move over there too, bro. I feel like it's a bad river for you though.
Josh, seat open.
My dad would say, even a blind hog finds the paper never wants to find. It is, and then he was veterinarian. So. Acre.
Thank you guys, I appreciate y'all.
Aces cracked the pipe for.
You're halfway there, Doc. You gotta get a bread there. Everyone.
Thought Dexter wanted to leave.
I got a long drive to work tomorrow. Put my roof
Supervising that one?
Yeah. Well, all my jobs I moved from next week. I moved to Saturday and Sunday.
You're about to get some jobs.
Yeah, I know. Well, I hope.
After the next
But I moved the
All
one.
right,
that
we
I
do
had
have a
next
seat
week.
open here. I think we're going to get another player here shortly. I believe that seat has been filled.
I give you a little extra. I give you a little extra to get this one done. Brand new roof ripped it off.
Here we go. 2 hooks for Luis. I'm going to bump it up to $20.
My landlord
Pocket jacks again for Luis.
One call.
with my situation.
They did not bode him well the last time he had pocket jacks.
4 calls.
If I take care of the
What?
house, everything like that.
Welcome to the table,
We get to
Jesse.
talking. I ended up from. I'm on my third league. I'm 6 months right now. Yeah, right. This is my situation.
We see a flop of ace, 8,
So I can
6.
get a new
Eight
roof
checks.
off that other
One
store.
check.
I get it approved, everything like that.
Everybody has a pair at this point.
And I've never even seen the house. Like, you're my first tenant. I said, dude,
4 ways
so
to 30.
spoiled, man.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
never gonna get a tenant like this.
Somebody who has the knowledge.
Autumn has a pair of 8s, as well as an open-ended straight draw.
Jesse sat down with 493 calling.
Haven't played long enough to play the
Yeah.
small play.
But, you know,
Wow, Luis is going to fold the
Damn,
jacks
right.
here. Paul is going to come along with his pair of sixes, as well as a gut shot to a straight.
He's in California. Never seen the house.
Queen of clubs on the river is going to seal the deal. If this hand does go to showdown, Autumn will win.
75.
Paul is going to bet here,
You knew you were gonna be with us. We didn't think
$75.
it was going to be this late. But thanks for showing up.
I'm excited that nobody decided to bust anybody while I was gone. So, like, the first knockout
He
could be all
busted
here.
5 times.
He's bought back in several
But these
times.
pockets doesn't mean busted, busted. You know?
Yeah. The table limit, whatever. Yeah. He even matched whoever was high stacking.
I was thinking about talking about play-wise in here.
But that's hard not to do because he's always in the heat.
Right, that's fair. Showdown. 6.
Wow, Autumn makes the call there. She is going to be awarded the pot. Great call by Autumn there. Great call.
I had enough
She
of
knew
this
what she was
crap. I'm trying to
playing.
get
Pardon
bullied.
me,
Boom.
pushed around on it.
She knew who she was up against.
Oh, you were halfway there.
What happened?
What are you on for?
How are you?
I was thinking I was never going to get on the
Ken
screen.
settled on the button.
Little dirty.
Get on the table, Mr.
Little
Justin.
dirty dance.
It was worth it. It was worth it.
Let's ask her.
She's at my house cooking. So, I'm just going to be like, I'll be done at 11.
Okay.
6 calls. 7 calls. 8 raises to 50. 9 folds. 1 fold.
I didn't know you had it in you, Paul. Man, hey, you're moving. Dude.
This is playing better.
He's like, I got a serious up. Jesse's here.
Once I got called with 8-7, I gotta change my image. I
Heads
realized I don't know.
up to a bluff.
Gotta change my image.
Your image. How am I the only person that ever ran into you with aces?
Heads up to a flop here. All spades, 10-7-3. Doc's going to flop top pair and bet $50.
At this club?
Okay, I'm nowhere near the big ball. Calls. That's a turn.
Three of diamonds on the turn is going to seal the deal. Doc is going to be awarded that check mark.
All right, Brady. We got bases loaded. Brady needs to make it home. Who's up the back? Third. Hey, who's been giving you them chips? I seen you way low a minute ago, man. Somebody's been. Hey, rebuy.
Paul, go. Paul, come on.
East Coast recruiter.
10 on the gun. Ten is on the gun.
You almost folded for half a second.
It was your image.
9 folds, sir.
Ace jack here for
Hot
Paul.
with Paul means in hot with call.
Going to make the call.
6 folds. 4 folds.
All right,
5
single fan.
folds.
I need a little blue. I need a blue.
First hand Blaine has seen in a little bit. King 10 offsuit.
I just got here.
Colin with the king 3 of hearts.
Don't waste time.
4 players.
He chose the bear.
And Jesse's going to check his straddle. Going to see a flop of 10-9-6. Welcome to the table, Jesse. That's how you flop the nuts there, boys and girls. First hand at the table. Checks his straddle and just flops the joint.
Shut up, I can't
Gonna
see
bump
that
it up
far.
to
No, that's not
$60
C2.
here. Paul's gonna get out of the way. Action now back to Blaine with King 10. Top pair, second kicker.
Singleton, what you do? You score a run, Bubba? Service!
Everybody
Let it go.
Everybody needs a shot.
Show him the first bluff. Show him the first bluff. Right here. I only played the nuts.
Service
Like,
12
um,
for the live stream, please.
Like pistachio.
No shell. Only nuts.
You're very good at this, aren't you?
You know, if I flop it, I normally don't lose.
Jesse out now, he's winner.
Up 43.
All today.
If it was faux, you know what I mean? Well, that's this year. All my people this year are turning faux. You know what I mean? We're all turning faux.
Call 5.
Long time for me.
One pass for me.
Not that long. What, 50 what?
Almost a decade.
Yeah, 71?
Unfortunately. I can, but I probably should.
Huh?
So you've
Sure.
already had this year. Mine's coming up at, I'm the 16.
What? No, I'm good, thank you.
4 ways to the flop here.
I
10,
need to make
6, queen. Jesse's gonna flop 2 pair. 2 hands in a row.
Check 7.
Jesse has sat down. Flopped the nuts the first hand. Flops 2 pair the second one.
That's a reminder. You got 30 minutes left if you want to get in this tournament. 30
He did one earlier, but look at that. He's up 1500, bro.
It is a 5K guarantee with a single re-entry. So you got 2 shots at it.
No, probably. No, majority.
Colin's gonna let his gutter ball go. Jesse's gonna take down his second pot in a row.
I would never give up.
Back and go, little go.
You think I got a bust for it?
100% never be
If this kind of game interests you, piques your interest, maybe you want to sit down and play a little bit. This game runs every single day here at DogHouse in Cypress, Texas. We open the doors at 11 a.m. and the action does not stop until everyone leaves. 24/7 around-the-clock action here at DogHouse. No limit hold'em, pot limit Omaha.
You know how to play pretty goodly?
He's being gooder. He's been
Players who
good.
play in our cash games here are eligible for a complimentary meal from our kitchen.
5 calls.
We have a fairly extensive menu, phenomenal food on there. Anybody who plays in our cash games
8
are
calls. 3 players to a flop.
eligible for a complimentary meal. Also eligible for 2 free drinks every hour when playing cash games here at DogHouse Poker Club. Come join us here in Cypress, Texas at the DogHouse. For
Service
all of
12,
your poker
please.
entertainment needs.
They were just you.
The action does not
Ball
stop.
right here, though. Raise to 100.
We've got a hand developing here. Dave bet $25. Blaine made the call with a gutter ball. Luis with a pair and a flush draw. He's going to bump it up to 100.
Heads up to a turn. 5 fold. 8 checks. Come on, man. 9 shifted. It's gonna be 2, 3, about 320.
Saying you need sugar, so.
321. Call 321. Pot right here.
I need some luck. Where am I headed?
Well, Dave, you are ahead right now. You need to fade a diamond, a 4, or a deuce.
Going twice.
Players are going to run it twice here. 8 for the first run. Dave, well.
See him.
And a 4 for the bottom. They're going to chop it up. Luis is going to hit that
Pair.
2-second pair on the bottom there. Wow, what a play there by those two.
Queen 8. See this not.
I didn't want this,
Change.
but I'll
No.
drink it.
Stay over there.
Aggressive. I think you might drink. I ordered a maker's and co.
One drink at a time, bud. One drink at a time.
Gary in the YouTube chat says he's thinking about joining us here at DogHouse. Well, come on, Gary. It's always a pleasure to see you, my friend.
Huh?
Whatever you want.
Sassy.
The last one we did, like 5 hands in a row.
Nice.
Three raises to 10.
Makers and co.
5 calls.
I felt left out.
6 raises to 30.
Christina.
7, 8, and 9, all 3 folds.
Why you gotta say it like that, bro? Relax. Why
Yeah.
you so aggressive?
If you're ashamed of folding, don't fold. It's so easy to
I'm
fix.
ashamed of my fold.
Really. 3 calls, 4 calls. If you're ashamed of folding, you just
Two
play like
people I
ball.
don't
Very
know
easy.
are playing.
4 players.
Bet 15. 4 folds.
5 takes.
I need some overlays.
Hey, wait to the pot.
It gives me direction on life. That's right.
Call.
See that? One had a nine.
Pair of 7s here for Frank. It is the best hand. Colin picking up a lot of outs now. Any queen, any 10, any 6, any jack.
Yeah, just in case. Yeah. Disney's at the table now.
Guns blazing, boys.
Thanks, man.
See how that works like it's supposed to, huh?
6 calls. We're going to a river.
Colin makes the call, and the 3 of hearts hits the river. No help for Colin's hand. This hand goes to Showdown. Frank is going to be the winner.
Day 2.
Frank does check, though.
No, that's the.
He has given up on his aggressive line.
You're right.
It was in 6, 7.
A bet here might win it for
It's
Colin.
like the first day he hasn't been here.
Yeah, we told him no cussing.
Timmy was here earlier. Yeah, he was.
We told him no cussing. He said, I'm not a
Colin does check. Frank is going to take this one down at Showdown.
Let's do it, huh?
Thank you, bro.
Let's do it.
Lucky drink. 10 on the button. $10 straddle on.
I can Blind raise.
You can.
When in doubt,
Is
put the
that,
chips
is
out.
that because you're in the blind?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
I like that one.
Eight of spades.
I only touched one of them.
I know. Bring him back. Bring him back. Bring him back. Bring
I'm
him back.
glad because I had an eight. Yeah. Oh, whoop.
We're not gonna look at that.
Whoopsie.
Couple of cards flip over on the deal.
That wasn't
We're going to reshuffle it and get a complete repeat of that hand.
I've never seen him blowing at a card.
Ring table.
Ace
Ace
queen
queen
suited.
of suited of hearts.
10
Suited.
on the button too.
Down on the button.
Not today. Let's see if he shifted it my way. Bless his heart.
9 folds.
Bless his heart. I
One
heard
plus
that
one.
Southern.
That was Southern Baptist right there.
Go.
3 folds.
Ace, 10 of clubs for Paul. Just going to make the call.
5 folds. 6 folds.
Doc going to come along with the ace deuce.
7.
Ooh, tight. It was the fan right here. It blew.
Both cards, guys.
I don't even want to play.
Option. Checks. 3 players. King 4-4.
You know, I didn't know about that fan. That might actually have been exactly what it was because it was like went up.
Yes. 20. 2's gonna call fan.
Like the first field goal miss with Buffalo, the helicopter blew it. When they played the Giants.
3 players remain as the 9 of hearts hits the turn, giving Luis a straight. And short of an 8 appearing on the river, he is going to win this pot. Paul nor Doc can win this hand at Showdown.
See, you still won the hand. It's funny because you would have had the nuts if you had ace queen on her.
That's why I folded. I said he thought he had base.
There?
He had an 8 for her.
Both.
It's more like it.
What you have to do to win?
Down on the button. 1 fold. Raise 25 to 3 fold. 4 calls. 5 folds. 6 select. Eight folds. 9 folds.
Two jacks, 2 sevens, and 10-7 of clubs to a flop of 4, 5, 6.
That's 100. 3. Call. And 9 calls. 3 ways to a turn.
Oh, wow. The 8 of clubs
Good shot.
immediately hits the turn there. 2 players now have straights.
Hi, buddy. How are you? Great. I didn't know if you were
Dave
sleeping.
also
Raise
has
all
a
in.
flush draw to go along with his straight, and he's going to get it all in.
Like a count.
Doc is surely going to fold here. I don't imagine Autumn folding a straight here. That would make Dave free rolling in this hand. He cannot lose any portion of the pot. He is guaranteed a chop. If a club does come, he's going to be awarded the entire flop, though. And it does not come. They're going to chop it up.
Oh! Oh,
Two straight.
I didn't find a 7. That's the question.
Yeah, for real.
There's the pot.
What a time, though.
Nine.
That's a double time. 9 or 8.
Oh, yeah, he hit the 3 roll, too.
Kind of like garlic.
Garlic honey? Steven was trying to give me a shift. He's like, come in 10:45. I was like, bro, I've been waiting here for an hour and a half. Like, you're out of your mind.
You've lost your mind, sir.
Were you the original one?
Yeah.
Please, you should have came here soon.
Oh, yeah. He stepped in.
He saved your ass a lot of money.
There's a look at the chip counts of the table. Colin, our big winner so far, in for 500. Currently got about 1,400 in front of him.
Little something, little shrimp, little.
You did before, and now you're saying.
Take some money and then we get to go again.
Uh-oh. Hand alert. 2 queens for Blaine here. Gonna raise it up to $35. Jesse with a good-looking ace-7 of diamonds. Gonna throw that one back to sender. Paul with the good old queen, deuce of spades on the button. Doc's going to come along with Jack 9 of clubs. And Frank with 5 and 3 offsuit.
DM.
It's going to get out of the way, and we're going to go heads up to a flop. 2 queens versus Jack 9 of clubs.
I know how many it is. I didn't see where it showed where.
That is about the worst flop imaginable for 2 queens. It's going to check around. Club on the turn now, giving Doc a Broadway draw as well as a club flush draw.
14 minutes left if you want to get in this tournament.
I'm talking about it. Oh.
Regan.
You have a following, Regan. You got a whole ass.
Anyone else that's interested in getting in this tournament?
6 of spades on the river.
Showdown.
See if it is going to go check. Blaine is going to be awarded this pot.
What? He's been playing pretty tight today.
He missed another
That helped him out. That part.
Last time you had a part.
I have a perfect part right here. What? You want to hear the story?
Of your perma part?
Yeah. So like, it was a cyst like this one right here, and I had a humble with Cypress. And we call him Cypress Cyrus, right? Like one day, like okay, so he said if I ever cut it open and took it out, he'd eat it.
You did tell me this. You did tell me this.
So anyway,
But it's over. I mean, you gotta get it now or not, dog.
but all right, so it had my sis got a name called Virgil. Right, because of family.
$20 open from Luis with the king 5 of spades.
Virgil, so this dude called my sis Virgil.
2 deuces for Doc on the button.
Virgil with the straight staple. And it started to get infected. Like 3 weeks later.
She's going to go set mining.
And
When you
Frank
say
with the
we decided
10-7
to
hearts
have
going to come
surgery,
along.
you went to
Blaine with
doctors?
ace-5 of hearts going to come
no,
along.
we were on the cell block.
We're going to be 4 ways to a flop
So
here.
on Friday we got we call it
Straight up
paycheck.
prison entertainment.
Yeah.
I see that now.
Queen,
and-
9,
I was
6 rainbow on this flop. Nothing for nobody.
So hey, Paisa, you know what a Paisa is? Like, I mean,
It's a
illegal.
Paisa.
Illegal.
Doc actually
like,
has the
mixed
best hand,
everything.
technically speaking, right
They're
now.
Paisas. That's their-
Frank is
They do
actually a
weird
favorite to
things.
win.
So I approached the Paisa about the surgery.
The turn is
so I
going to change
approached him
all of
about
those
the surgery,
percentages,
right?
most likely.
And, we waited till Friday.
And
picked
it is a
this
10
over
of
weekend.
clubs,
Razor,
giving
I
Frank
rolled the toilet paper.
the best hand now. Pair and a straight draw.
Payday Friday. We got our payday. I had rounded up some antibiotics.
And a 9 of clubs on the river is going to award the check mark to Frank.
Maybe necessity item. Anyway,
Going to lead
Paisa
out for,
makes
looks
the
like
incision a little
35.
small.
Everybody
So
else
my
going to
homeboy
fold, and he's going to
Cypress
take down that
takes the
pot.
blade and like rips it, and you could see it when he squeezed it. And he's kind of buck-toothed, right? So Cyrus squeezes it, and it like comes up and rips it out. And he's like, "Look, I didn't eat it, but it was in my mouth." We gave him a couple points for that.
Gave him a couple what?
This is real. How's that chicken? Probably not as good as infection.
You know, he took the sack out. He took my sack out.
Whoa. 6 races, 20.
I don't want to be here at all.
8.
But you're clean and you smell so good.
But my soul is dirty now.
I mean, they said they wanted entertainment.
1 rips it. 4.
Paul is going to get his chips all in with ace-deuce offsuit.
What you do? Doobie scored. All right. 13 to 5. Put 'em on, guys. So like a week later, like this side flattened out. The inside part flattened out. Like a week later, I pushed it. And like this, I pulled out like an oyster-sized piece of it, and it like. Hey. It might have shed a tear. When he ripped it, I might have shed a tear. I felt it. No suitors, no nothing. Hey, I forgot. I did get a towel. Gonna bite one of them.
You gotta catch these first.
Nobody care, Paul. One of them's probably a face card. The other one's a 10.
Oh, I donated to Dairy Kids when I was younger.
I should have called.
I'm never calling you in that situation. This isn't making wish.
Ace crack. Can you still spin the wheel? Or
Oh, that's part of the promotion.
I'm not saying I had aces. I'm just curious.
No, I'm spinning the dang wheel.
I had one of those.
I don't know. That's after you're gonna find out.
And it was something.
Yes,
I
Dale.
don't know that we'll have
Yes,
paid
ma'am.
out.
I got some merch the other day. What are you talking about?
It raises to 35. That would be sweet, right?
I scored it. I'm feeling crispy.
9 calls.
Goody guys. Here first.
Luis bumps it up to 35 with ace-5 of hearts.
6 balls. We're going 7 balls. We're going 3.
We're going to have 3 players off to the races here. Ace, 9, 8, rainbow. Luis going to flop the best. Almost a lock on this hand.
Very
That was
poor.
easy.
That bet is going to take it down.
Very poor penalty.
Oh, we're going to go on to the next one.
That's all they got.
This is, well, not really because, Canada went first. So we'll get another chance. I'm nervous though. Nice, bro.
Hold on, I don't know if I agree yet. I had an 8. You had 6-2? I had 6-2 too.
Oh, well.
All right, let's see about this turn. You know. Oh, me?
Yeah, it is pointing.
What time is it? What time is it?
Oh, 11:37.
Yeah.
10-10. Oh. One calls 5. Calls 5. 9 calls. 4 calls. 5 calls. 6 calls.
For lunch or breakfast?
Right, 55.
Jesse's going to raise it up here to $25 with ace 7 of hearts.
For the screen.
Heads up, go flop.
Look at how much tape in it.
That 50. All 50.
For the screen.
110.
Jesse is going to bet out here.
Stream.
He's bluffing with the best hand there.
Showing it here.
Bingo. They didn't want to embarrass Paul too bad, so.
Huh?
Huh?
If I hit something, I would have definitely. But
We
you got
know.
the flush draw.
Well, we know that. If you hit something, you're definitely in there. We know.
Yeah, it was just good. Last time I saw it was just raised.
Well, I'm not even gonna look. I'm gonna see what happened. Y'all watch me. I haven't looked. No hand.
2 calls.
Look.
I'll call you blind too.
3 calls.
Uh-oh.
Hello.
Hello.
I love this game.
6 calls.
Gonna make me look.
All right, looks like we had some blind action going on here. A couple players called without looking at their cards. Luis is going to bump it up to $40 with ace 7 of spades.
Playing.
Stay alive.
King 9 deuce 2 hearts on that flop. Luis still best here with ace high. Autumn does have a gut shot.
Check. 9 bets 25.
Dave going to take a stab at it with 7 high.
That wasn't really
8 calls. 3 ways to a river.
Oh. Hello, Jack on the river for the nuts.
65.
Autumn Rivers, the nuts. Dave's going to lead out for $65.
All right,
Autumn will
players,
be
just
raising
under
here.
2
The question
minutes
is how
remaining,
much.
so we get the cards back in the air. That means you got 2 minutes if you still want to sign up for this tournament.
130 is the number. That is a min raise. Luis has relinquished his hand. Dave's going to get some TV time and then muck his cards. Nice river there for Autumn.
All right, players, we got 1 minute remaining. I'm probably going to have to stop the clock right at the end here because I'm going to have to open another table. I got 2 players going to the window to sign up. 3 players going to the window to sign up.
I think she might have had 2 pairs.
Back on TV and you don't even have the
TV, not TV. We don't have tuberculosis. We have.
Oh, get out of the way. Don't touch any. I gotta find a way to win. Filipino. He's like, I'm gonna grab one of those cards.
Deuce. Flips it over. It's an 8. Like,
It's not even a...
all 5.
You better see that.
2 and 3 fold. 4 calls. 5 calls.
11-8. All right, players, I have to stop the clock for just a moment. I do got some players signing up, and we're going to get them seated real quick, get a couple players moved, and then we'll get the show on the road.
8 calls. 9.
Snap calls.
Snap calls.
Make sure they put that on the live stream. He said snap. Very important mistake.
Also snap is.
I need to learn to bet your hands, guys.
I was the blind.
All right. 6 ways to a flop here. $25 a piece. King 4 deuce. Colin is going to flop 2 pair here.
Check.
Check. Oh, this is
5 checks.
You are playing better, bro.
6 bets 80.
So the problem here for Colin is that nobody really has anything to give him a call with.
I've seen you. For like
Luis
month,
and Paul
and then,
both
like,
have
you had a good
5-6.
run last week.
That's a gut shot. Dave has ace-jack. He's got 1 over to the board. There's not really much for anybody else to work with.
Where I'm supposed to bet my hand.
Five
What the mother? What a
There
talk.
you go.
Whoa, look at that. That's
New cheese.
That was a rabbit hunt, if anybody was wondering what was going on there. Everybody
On
folded.
that bullshit.
Oh, I was like, really good.
On that.
There's a look at the cumulative winnings. Colin, our big winner of the night. Paul, so far, is the big loser of the night.
I like the plan.
He goes for fuck. I can never win with this hand. 6 ways to rest their souls. Battle 20 on the 10 on the button. 20 under the gun, right?
All right, we've got a dark raise here in the small blind from Dave.
I have
Luis
a lot of
straddled
skill
for
right
10.
here.
A little bit of luck.
Dave has raised to $20 in the dark. Action is going to start on Paul, and it's going to be 20 to go.
Raise it to 45. Seat 3.
I learned to bet your hand.
Oh, Aces. What a time to wake up with aces. Just aces.
5 and 6 fold.
Dollar sign.
$2 sign.
Eight fold.
Autumn with 2 tens. She's going to make the call.
45.
Dave's got some kids in the pool. He's
I'm
probably going to
Paul.
come along. And Paul is Paul, so he's going to go all in.
All in. C1 is all in. 4. 3. It is open. Gray's all in.
Do I get lucky here? What is this? Oh, I'm all in it, but I fold.
Fold. Wow.
Tens. Yeah, 10.
Alright, so we're gonna flop twice. Alright,
These are good. That was one
Is
of
that 5-6?
By the way,
Hey, I had 8. I had 3/4.
I didn't see that.
Oh my god.
Alright, players, I do for your patience.
Wow.
All right, Frank has got the check mark on the first run.
Luis, you ready?
Paul's going to need a lot of help.
5.
He's going to need a 5 and a 5 only. 5 and a 5 only. And ace is full of queens on the bottom. That is going to be a scoop for Frank. He's going to win that whole $300 pot.
We'll loop it. We'll loop it in house.
GG's to Paul. Always a gentleman and a scholar.
No, you'll be the small.
Paul says I'm gonna play better. I'm gonna be better.
Yeah, James.
I'm all in, fuck it.
Put on his dealer shirt.
Gotta go make some money.
See Bill in the next day.
Where's our new player? Got such a list.
There is.
10 to go. Okay. 2 makes a call. 3 folds. 4 calls. 5 folds. 6 calls. 7 raises to 55. I'll let him know as soon as I get up. Okay. Call 55. 9. Call 55. 2 folds. 4 folds.
Must be a sign I got 45 right here with 10 up there.
4 players, 2 flop.
Top,
6
a
calls.
top,
That's
a
fun.
thread.
Check. 7 bets 155. Fold. 8 folds. Raise all in from seat 9. 4 more.
Can I get my card back?
To fall from seat 7.
So I normally only go once and hold them. You want to go twice since we're on the stream?
Whatever you want to do.
You got 2 pairs?
No,
You got better than 2 pairs?
I thought you had a set of jacks, right?
I don't.
Whatever you want to do.
2 times.
Twice?
Bad
twice.
fold.
He might have a set of jacks.
You're good. Phone.
Bad fold.
Second round.
I got 2 pairs set.
You're good, bitch.
Ace.
But you have Jack 10 or King Queen?
Include, bro. Both of them.
500.
Queen. Oh, wow.
Straight.
Brush on 12.
But I wasn't calling. I'm either all in or, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm either all in or full. And then
If you call, it's
better.
Alright, guys. Dude is going to come in for about 10 minutes. I'll be back. Y'all up.
Get you some sugar.
Funny, I thought about it.
You give me a brush for you?
Like, I'd be so sick you have 8 right after this guy. So it obviously took away one of my. Never do the right thing or like, ha, you could have won, ha. Then I try, actually fucking gamble and I never hit.
We're thinking of
Oh, he's at the turn.
No, he got knocked out. No, he's about back
Mind
there.
if we ask?
What?
After the stream.
I want to know what we're doing with seat 1.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to do.
Should be Shane B. Stan or Ruben or Hitesh or Roy or. No.
Somebody.
6-4.
45 minutes left. What the hell? Shit, I
We
won't
have
be
30
mad if they hit
minutes.
and run.
Play? Big,
I mean, if y'all bring me up a seat, I'll be over.
we got one. We need one.
That would have been a sick call, bro. That would have been sick. That would have been sick.
8-7-3 on the flop, 3 ways. Frank is going to bet $20 with his pair of sevens.
right?
Doc's going to come along with Jack 6 of hearts.
3 checks. That's true.
Text right. Okay.
The 8 of diamonds on the river changes nothing. Frank is going to win this at Showdown.
I called you because I need text. You got
I would have turned it in.
Attention players, if anyone is interested, I do have a seat available in the live stream game. If anyone is interested in playing.
Give me Regan!
Sit down.
I'm about to. 45 minutes? This is going to be a great 45 minutes.
There's something 30 left.
That's even better.
Just have
He's
to
going to
say-
double up or we're going to get all his money.
Man, Regan, you're like a superhero. I think you need a cape.
He's got one in the truck.
Right up a 10. We're looking for a Nick, Mario.
No, stop that.
No,
No.
Nick.
Don't
No, Nick.
do that to me.
10 to play.
Blaine calls the $10 with 7-4 hearts. Luis makes it 30, he says.
30.
Ace-10 offsuit. Frank makes the call with 8-9. Blaine makes the call as well. We're going to go 3 ways to a flop here. Three, 5, 5, 2 hearts. Pretty good flop for Blaine's hand here. See at the top there, Blaine does have 13 outs. One of those outs being a straight flush, but as we can see here, it has already been folded, the 6 of hearts has.
Check.
He still does have plenty of outs. Any pair, any 6, any heart. And there is that heart we were talking about, a flush for Blaine. He's going to bet thin for value. I don't know that Luis is going to have anything to call with. Except maybe a curious thought.
Language.
Luis does make the folds. And Blaine's going to take down a pot.
I wasn't even watching 13 or 12.
We took up by one, but they had a 7.
There was that, too. Wow, so.
We've been seeing with 2 out of the past 6 rounds.
I thought it was 10-5.
It was 13 to 6, 13 to 5.
So 13-5.
And it's now 13-12.
Straddle under the gun. Straddle.
Oh, man, he's barely just hit.
10 to play.
YOLO.
Jesse is going to make the call. We're going to go heads up. Jesse versus Frank. 7-8 deuce. Jesse's going to flop the best of it. Lead out for 25. Frank's going to make the call. We're going to see a turn card. Check, check. Running aces. Wow, Jesse's going to fall for that check. Going to lead into it for $40. And Frank is going to decide on an amount to raise to. 100 is the amount he has decided on. Jesse's going to make the correct fold.
Barrel.
Susie! Are you bored? Absolutely. Is that legal? Am I allowed to do that?
Only on the live stream. Only on the live stream.
W. The ones that look like W.
Just brown one.
Those are squiddles.
Squiddles.
Colin's going to bump it up to $20 with the queen jack here. Luis makes the call. Frank makes the call. And Blaine makes the call. We're going 4 ways to a flop.
My God.
10-6-4 with 2 hearts.
No, I want you to get
He
Steven
wanted
out of the
M&M one.
Blaine is
Peanut one. Peanut.
in front right now with his pair of 7s.
I was unstoppable when you were here.
He's going to lead out for $12. I don't think that's going to scare any of these guys away. King of Hearts on the turn is going to give Luis top pair. It's going to give Frank a queen high flush draw.
Dexter making a show.
8 of spades on the turn gives Luis the check mark.
On his little pieces.
The little pieces.
Put them together though. Bates, have a pair of kings. Why'd you bet, dude? The only reason. I thought you were gonna bet.
King hit. Somebody had something. Thank you, sir. I was thinking about
That's what I'm saying. I thought you were going to. That's the only way you going to.
You would have called 100?
Yeah, I can probably do a single board holding ball. Absolutely.
It was either, a bet. I haven't done this all night.
Get on the button.
Well, there's the first time for everything, Colin.
Finally get
There
some
goes
money
that
now.
$10 button straddle.
I'll be forgetting.
Man, forget to remember.
I thought you did something weird over there. You set it up just right for me.
Luis looks down at a pretty 9-7 of hearts. He's going to bump it up to $30.
9 folds.
Duck, queen, 10 of clubs. Also a pretty looking hand.
Yeah, I would have called it cheese hit. I mean, blind.
Oh, that's 6 calls. 3 ways to a feet.
All right, it's the battle of the suits. Hearts, clubs, and spades going to a flop here. Jack 8-6 rainbow. Open-ended straight draw for Luis here. Gut shot for Doc. And a pair draw for Colin.
8 ways to 20. 2 folds.
3 clubs on the turn.
6 folds.
It's going to be good enough for a $20 bet and win from Luis with 9 high.
I know, what the hell?
Nobody wants to play them.
They're all scared?
They didn't. They're white watching.
Jesse came over and they got scared.
Reagan said he wants to come over.
Everybody took yourself off the list.
Whoa.
At this point, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I mean, 20 minutes, whatever.
Take weekend for 20 minutes any day.
Right? Hey man, that's all the time I can handle it. For shit.
Gotta work on your stamina.
2 folds, 3 folds, 4 folds, 5 folds, 6
Oh,
folds.
man. I don't want to be a chop blocker.
I mean, it's whatever. Chop against 20 and running.
Okay, when you're calling.
All right, so we are down to just the blinds, and instead of chopping, players are both going to throw in $20, and they're just going to run the cards out. Whoever has the best hand at the end is going to be awarded the pot. There's going to be no more betting.
Ace 7.
Well, both players make a pair of sevens, but the ace is going to take it.
You're calling to rip this card or?
Well, yeah, that's it.
Jesse got hungry. Fucking pit.
Lines are up.
Sit back.
You don't have another deck?
Well, we have to have another deck.
They only have one deck.
Well, these are special cards. They don't, obviously, don't appear right here.
That's why I don't want to.
Hey, how's it looking?
Welcome. Cute on camera?
Yeah.
Oh, now we got my deck. I think it's going over up.
That's how much they are?
For the deck.
The deck? No, it's not that much.
Somebody's
For the
getting
whole
ripped
setup.
off.
Table, yeah, for sure.
Cable's got to be more than that.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Are you calling with this? Straddle on the button and seat 8, seat 9 fall. Are you there, Colin? What?
My deck.
Straddle with 10, 10 on the button. And 9
Does say Dave on here.
Just stare at it, though.
Dave called blind?
4 calls, 2 folds. 2 folds, 3 calls, 4 folds, 5 folds. 6 folds, 7 folds. And then take the
Sell the line.
So blind.
That's great. Yeah. Oh, so
Like, me too.
it's so funny that two people playing blind. And fucking I heard Josh in the comments. He's like a little bit of blind action here. Yeah, like 30 minutes ago. Bet 50.
I'm going to look for the river, though.
All right, we got a $50 bet and call.
I made a new saying. I'm gonna get it on the shirt now.
Dave with ace high, Frank
With
with
the
king
straight.
high. Frank is going to make a pair of deuces on the end, though. Dave is going to lead out for $50. Frank's going to make the call with his deuce. He is going to be good. Dave doesn't want to show his cards.
You can be the nut plug? You can be the nut plug. No, you can't.
And a deuce is going to take it on the end there.
10 on the button. $10 shot.
Bank.
Feel it. Feel it in your bones.
That's number
Yeah,
5,
that is.
bro.
Shit.
Your bones are in there.
Whose hair is this?
My bad.
Call 10. 2 calls, 3 calls 10, 4 calls 10. 5 calls 10. 6 calls. 7 calls. Paul had a 75% deep bet earlier. Colin's in the headphones. Colin's like, Phil.
Luis is going to bump it
Oh,
up
he had a
to
70% deep bet. Paul's like, yeah, I'm trying to get it to 80.
it's like $50 here with ace queen.
50.
Dave, our straddler on the button with 10-7, going to relinquish his cards.
I need a $2.
5 calls. $2.
You call it. Come on.
He is calling, you're right.
Yeah.
And 6 calls.
No way.
Blaine's going to come along with jack and 9 of hearts. Colin is going to let go of the 8-5 of clubs.
Five checks.
Been a pretty good flop for Colin's hand.
That's 45 and 5 calls.
50 now. I'm gonna
Look
play
at
line.
one card.
I had that standard thing.
Flop is very flush, though.
There's none up there.
Look at movement.
I thought you said top here and then up plus draw. I was like, no, I have ace keys.
Have a pair of 5.
Five to call. Raises 15. Calls 15.
Damn, Corona, bro.
Oh, dude, I think I choked on a hot nap.
Everything I ever had in a live stream.
Ace, king, 6.
Yeah, 25.
5 ways to
Probably
this
a lot of
flop.
people just 'cause of
Frank's
Jesse
going to
knows
flop
as well.
a 10-high flush draw. Colin a pair of aces. Luis a pair of kings.
Choke on live stream. People aren't gonna come play with us and think like our employees have COVID and shit.
Hey, Payne?
Oh.
All right, 3 ways at 25 apiece. Meaningless deuce of spades on the turn.
3 check. Six bet 65.
Colin's going to take a lead here, betting 65.
Oh.
Frank is going to come along looking for that heart. He does not get it, but he does get a pair of 10s. Might be in trouble for him.
Check. Every hand that we've been in, you've had an I think it's been like 4.
Colin's going to take down another one.
10 on the button. Button throw. $10. Four calls 10. 5 calls 10. 6 calls. 7 calls. 8 calls. 9 calls 10.
And Frank checks. We're going to go 5 ways to a flop here.
Ready to call it $50?
Blaine with the best hand so far. Queen 9 for all diamonds. Not a player with a diamond in their hand here.
9 checks.
Doc does have a pair of queens. That is top pair here.
Folds and a 9 folds. Makes sense.
Pair of queens is going to take it.
What's that?
Stand on the go. Under the gun.
Just kind
And tuck in. Stand on under the gun. Herbal. Yes, sir.
Come on, let's
Come
go.
on, Tanner.
Josh, Tanner good?
1 second, he's gonna check. 1 second.
7 straddle, 8 call, 9 call.
The man's hit up. 2 hands.
Really?
Yeah.
Great.
Better table than anywhere else.
25.
Yeah.
Unless y'all want
Well, no,
We're gonna stay here.
The stream ends, but
What is it?
All right, looks like we got some hands here.
To 100.
And Colin says, enough of this $10 nonsense. Let's play for 100.
Jesus.
3 calls.
Frank is going to come along with ace-jack offsuits. Autumn is going to let her ace-10 of clubs go. We're going to be heads up to a flop. 9-7 deuce.
It's 6 bets 110.
Just like that. You move, I move.
just like that.
You get Tanner for
The remainder. We don't gotta move from the screen.
You think?
Oh my God. Oh, that's true, yeah.
$10 straddle under the guy.
Came from Vegas, so I've been better.
Not the greatest.
Either you get better or worse, right? How'd you do?
I only cashed 1 of my 6 fucking tournaments. I did well in cash and in the 2.
Oh, that's where it counts.
Did the cash make up the difference?
We're up to
I was in it for 6,200 and only got back 1,000 of it from the club. The only one I cashed is the smallest one I entered.
3 calls.
Yeah.
5 calls.
Was that early on or?
6 calls.
When you cash, was it
What
early
is
on
that?
or?
It's in the middle.
You see that cash right there? Look at this cash. No.
20,000 players.
Queen 7-3 on the flop. 2 players with 7s. Luis with a gutter
Where's the
ball.
man on the clock?
Call.
Players to a turn.
Speaking of gutter balls,
Check. Yeah, 30.
Luis's hand is very disguised right now. He is going to raise, though. Frank is going to fold. Action now back to Autumn. Bet 30 was raised to 80.
Several people at the table. Just my family cat.
Oh. I don't know. My son texted me.
Yeah.
Oh,
Earlier when I guess when he
Four of spades on the river. Anybody with a 6 would have a straight now. It's actually a pretty good card for Autumn here. She might be able to get away from this hand a little bit easier.
That's a bet of 320.
Going for super value here. $320 into a $250 pot. Trying to make it look like a bluff, I would imagine. I mean, it is very well within Luis's wheelhouse here to have been betting his flush draw the entire way, and he obviously no heart came. You know, maybe he has a hand like King Jack of Hearts or Ace 10 of Hearts or something like that, and he just misses his flush draw. That's probably the thoughts that are going through Autumn's head here, but she does make the correct fold and let it go. He also could have had any combination of a flush draw there that had a 6 in it as well. Ace 6 of Hearts, something like that. Either way, good fold by Autumn there. And Luis is going to build his stack back up.
There's no way down south.
All right, guys, we're gonna play. The button is on the 8 feet, and when the button gets to 8 feet, the live stream will be over. Seat 9 folds, seat 1 folds.
Ace Queen here for Frank. 2 mystery cards for Doc. She may not have spread her cards out on the reader. Frank just calling 5 here with Ace Queen. Seems out of character for him. Jack 8 deuce on the flop. Jesse's going to have the best hand so far with a pair of 8s. Action checks all the way around to the 4 of diamonds on the turn.
8 folds.
Autumn's going to pick up a wheel draw. That's about all that 4 does. Doc does come along for 15. We do not know where her cards are yet.
4 calls and 5 folds and 6 folds. We're going 4 ways to a river.
4 players remain in the hands.
4 ways to the river. Yes.
And another 8 is going to give Jesse the check mark.
Fold. Fold and a fold. All right, guys, last hand of the live stream.
All right, you heard the dealer there. This is going to be the last hand of the night for the live stream. Thanks to everybody for tuning in with us tonight. I had a good time. I hope all of you did too. We're going to be back next Friday night with this same game. Probably a little bit different of a lineup, maybe some of the same faces. If you would like to play on our live stream here at DogHouse, give us a call, ask to get on the list. We're going to do this same exact game next Friday at 7 p.m.
Dave wants me with too.
It's a 1-2, bring in 5, no limit hold'em game. Minimum buy-in is $100. Maximum buy-in is $500. Until the game is established. After the game's established, players are eligible to match the largest stack on the table. Once again, if you would like to join us here on the DogHouse live stream, give us a call. We can add you to the list. We're going to be here at the same game next Friday at 7 p.m. Also, poker players, don't forget about our upcoming Stars and Stripes $100,000 guaranteed no limit hold'em tournament. That is a progressive knockout bounty tournament, multi-day tournament. We are guaranteeing $100,000 in the prize pool for a $300 buy-in. That's going to start the 17th. Day 2 will be on the 21st. If you want to try to win your way into that tournament for as little as $0, we do have free roll satellites every day at 2 and 9 p.m. 2 and 9 p.m. every day. We have free roll satellites. Come win your way into the 100K tournament for as little as $0 every day at 2 and 9. Dave's going to make 2 pair on the river here for the last hand of the night. He's going to earn the check mark. He may not have won them all, but he is going to win the last one.
Fold. Fold.
Luis thinking about making a call with a pair of 3s here. He said, you have ace high?
Beast mode.
I'll know in 30 minutes.
Fold. Yep.
He said, I'll know in 30 minutes.
So
Well, now you know, Luis. Time has caught up.
right now.
You made the right fold, friend.
No,
That was last
There
but
is
they
a
said
look
see-
at the
well,
cumulative
it's
winnings.
Got to me right now.
Colin was our big winner tonight,
Oh,
winning
you said butt gets the 8.
$1,200 tonight. He's got about 1,700 in his stack right now. Started with 500.
You already shut it down, Colin? Or no?
Thanks to everybody for tuning in tonight. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks to all the players who came out tonight. If you want to jump in on this action, come see us here in Cypress, Texas at DogHouse Poker Club 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. We don't go home until all the players go home. Come see us, guys. We'll be back next week.